Hello again, I am Jim Barber and welcome to the start of Season 3 of Hardcore Mode here on F1 Manager 23 on the PS5. Tonight we are going to go through the pre-season build. We're going to try and get a new car up and running, and then we're going to head to Bahrain for the season opener. So here we are then at the very end of Season 2. We finished this off obviously last night. All that remains for us to do now is to click R2 to head into the pre-season where we build our new car and set all our sponsor objectives, etc, etc. We are going to do a quick summary of how we did last year before we do that. So let's take a quick look and see how we did overall. It was not a great season for us in the grand scheme of things. You know, our objectives were to finish in the top 6. We just about hung on to 8th place. So not the best of starts there. We also needed to finish in the points in 12 races. We managed 7, which wasn't too bad. It could have been a little bit better. We had some really good races, but we also had a lot of horrendous luck where, you know, things just didn't go our way. We would get a badly timed safety car that would screw our strategy up, or our drivers would make a mistake, or we would get torpedoed by another driver. So let's see how it all kicked off. Let's take a look at Bahrain. As you can see, last year, not a great start. A double DNF. That was, I think, one driver was taken out. The other one was retired due to, poor luck. We just, saved a bit of wear and tear on the car. It might have been both cars that we decided to do that. But yeah, really bad start to the year. We DNF'd in both races. Then we went to Jeddah. And not that much better. We DNF'd Oscar again. And only 17th and last for Lawson. Really, really, really rough start to the year. After that, we went to Melbourne. Things improved a little bit. Oscar finished, was lapped. Lawson finished just ahead of the leading cars in 15th. And then we went to Baku, and things suddenly clicked in Baku. And we got points. We got 8th and 9th. And this is on the back of also, I think we got a point for 8th place with possibly Liam in the sprint as well. Oh wait, no, it's the pit stops, isn't it? There we go. We got 9th and 14th in the main race. We also got, I think, a couple of points from the sprint as well. So we did quite well in Baku. And I started to feel a little bit confident. Maybe we can start to have a good year. And then things came back down with a bump where we went to Miami, 17th and 18th. Not a good race there for us either. Imola, let's have a look at Imola. 14th and a DNF for Lawson. Again, just kind of treading water at this point. When we went to Monaco, though, Monaco was a really good race for us. 9th and 10th. Really, really pleased with how we performed at Monaco. That was probably our best race of the season at that point, I think. After that, we went to Barcelona. We got 12th for Oscar and a DNF for Lawson. We racked up a lot of DNFs early in the season, as you can see. After that, we then went to Montreal, the Canadian Grand Prix. A DNF for Oscar. Still the DNFs continue. And just outside the points for Lawson. You can see just about 4 seconds off finishing in the points there. Then we went to Austria for another sprint weekend. We don't have the sprint results, but as you can see, the race results were not good. Another DNF for Oscar and 16th for Lawson. I think we actually did all right in the sprint, if memory serves. We didn't get points, I don't think, but we certainly weren't too far off, and then it all just went wrong in the race. Then Silverstone was 13th for Oscar and another DNF. You're seeing a pattern here. A lot of DNFs. A lot of DNFs. Some of those manual, some of those, out of our control, but yeah, a lot of DNFs. We need to really make sure we try and avoid that next season. And there we go. Another DNF for Oscar and 12th place for Lawson there at Budapest. Then Spa. Spa was a strong race for us. We got a decent run in the sprint. 9th for Lawson. It kind of went wrong a little bit for Oscar. 17th in the race itself. Zandvoort had promise and just went horribly, horribly wrong for us. 12th and 16th. Doesn't sound too bad on paper, but given how well we could have done, that was not a great outcome for us at all. And then probably our best result of the season. We went to Monza and we were quick all through the weekend. The car just worked beautifully there. We got 8th place with Oscar, but we were in contention to finish in 5th place for a little while. In the end, we just dropped off those cars in front of us. We held off Charles Leclerc's Ferrari. Really, really pleased with that result. 18th for Lawson. We sacrificed him to go for the fastest lap, which is why he's so far down the order. Singapore, I thought this would be a horrendous race for us, and well, it wasn't a great race. It wasn't horrendous, but it wasn't great. 14th and 17th. After that, Suzuka. This was a race where we had some potential, but again, things just did not work out for us here. 13th and 14th. We could have done a little better than that, but just, again, weather not helping us either in that race. In Qatar, this was a horrible, horrible race for Lawson. Just mistake after mistake after mistake, and just completely out of contention by the end of it there. And not a great race for Oscar either. 14th, just couldn't get anything going in that race. Kota, again, we don't have the sprint results, but in the main race, we got 12th place with Lawson and a DNF. Well, almost a DNF for Oscar. Again, sacrificed him for the fastest lap, and I don't know if we got it. I can't remember. Can't remember if we got the fastest lap there. Mexico was a track where I was really, really hopeful that we could do quite well. We got a point with Lawson and a DNF for Oscar. Just utter chaos in this race. As you can see, 8 cars failing to finish this race. Oscar at one point was in 6th place, about to move on Stroll for 5th when Zhou torpedoed him. That was a race that could have provided us a lot of points. And yeah, just again, circumstances and bad luck conspiring to rob us of a decent result. Brazil was a tricky one. 16th and 17th, just no real pace at Brazil. The weather didn't help us. And then we went to Vegas. I do like the Vegas track. We got points with Oscar. 2 points for Oscar. Lawson we sacrificed to ensure we got the fastest lap. And yeah, a bit of a shame. Again, mistakes for Lawson and some damage, I think, also prevented him from really showing what he could have done. But we came out of that one with some points, which is always nice. And then Abu Dhabi, last night's race, not bad at all. We had a decent performance. We flitted into the points on a couple of occasions. At one point, it looked like we might get both cars in the points. Just didn't quite have enough left at the end. But we decided to hold position and keep Oscar behind Lawson so that Lawson would get a point on his farewell race for us. And that is pretty much how we ended the season. It was not amazing, as you can see. far too many DNFs. Got to make sure we avoid that. There's where we finished in the standings in 8th place, 18 points, 20 behind Williams. We really need to improve on that next year. And in terms of the Drivers' Championships, well, we're a long way from making Oscar a world champion at this point, as you can see. A long way off. Not good at all. But we did have more success in the pit stop competition. We won it in Season 1. We came second in Season 2. Just, again, we made a couple of silly mistakes where we retired a car before we had the chance to set a pit stop time. If we hadn't done that, we could possibly have retained our title and actually beaten Red Bull for the second year in a row. Got to make sure we keep an eye on that this year. Make sure we don't make that mistake again. So, let's see who's in chat. We've got Anthony, Marcel, Baron, John, Mr. Watter. Good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who's also lurking in the background. We are now ready to move on to the next season. So, we have a new season target. And 4th. Are you kidding me? We want you to finish in 8th. Okay, we can do 8th. That's season 1. Now we want you to finish in 6th. Okay, we're going to stay in 8th. That's disappointing. You critically failed that objective. Let's make it a little easy for you. Finish in 4th or you're fired. Oh man, that's a brutal target. 4th. We've got a new long-term objective to score podiums in 25% of the season's races, but we've got 3 years to do that. So that's not horrendous. I don't know if we're going to get the full 3 years. I mean, 4th. How are we going to get 4th? Oh man, that's brutal. Right then, new season time. Sponsor obligations first of all. Let's see, race hospitality. The pit crew's performance will decrease 17 days. We're going to drop that right down. It's worth very little money, as you can see, so that's fine. Memorabilia room, we're going to whack that all the way up. Not worried about the morale boost. Driver appearances. One or both of your drivers must make media appearances throughout the season. Great for publicity for your sponsors, but drivers won't develop their skills on appearance weekend. So, it says Lawson. Obviously, it's not Lawson. It's going to be Schumacher. Let's do it for both drivers, and let's reduce that down to 10. 10 weeks out of 52. Let's go 15 weeks. That's 8.5 mil. That's not a small amount of cheddar. There we go. Race weekend driver appearances. This will reduce the driver's control rating on the weekends that they have an appearance. Again, it's not worth a huge amount of money. We'll make it 5 for each driver, and that's going to give us a little under $1 million. Merchandising. So we have at the moment 20 mil in the bank. Now the thing with the merchandising is it's not as souped up as everybody thinks. So the way the merchandising works, for those of you who aren't quite sure, the merchandising units will add to our sponsor payout each week. We have to pay an upfront cost. And it will give us a set income per race. So at the moment, with 250 units, we will get an additional 52,795 per race. Now, for the initial outlay of 809,000, that means at the end of the year, we'll have made a total profit of 400,000. It's not a huge amount. Now, if we were to add this in and go all the way up to 5,000, we'll make a total profit of 8 million, which is not insignificant, but it's going to cost us 16 million to do that, which means we're going to start this season with just under $4 million. That's not enough to do anything, really. So 3,000 units, that means we're paying out nearly 10 million right now, which means we're going to start the season with about, well, just under 10 million. We're only going to make 4.8 million profit over the entire year. I think I'm just going to go with 2,500. We'll make 4 million profit across the whole year. It'll give us effectively an extra 528 grand per race. So combined with our current income per race of 2.2, that means we'll be somewhere in the region of about 2.8 mil per race. It's not a massive amount. It would be nice to have broken the 3 mil barrier per race, but I'm looking at that pre-season cost of $8 million. The more we spend now, the more we will make across the whole year, but the less we'll have to actually start this season, and we need to probably really kickstart our car development with quite a few parts. So yeah, I think £2,500 is probably 2,500 units is probably enough. As there you can see, our starting balance will now be 12.6 mil. Race simulator events, we're not going to do any of those. We're not going to do any race day factory events or normal factory events. We want to keep our manufacturing as good as we can in terms of time, because it is only a level 2 factory, so we've only got the 3 slots. If we had a 4th slot, maybe we could have possibly thrown in a couple of days, but we're limited on how many parts we can make at any one time. So that is going to be our sponsors sorted out for the year, and we will come out with, now you see, 2.75 mil per race. Not a huge amount, might even be slightly down on last year, but it's what we can afford. Still can't believe they want us to finish in 4th this year. That just seems a bit excessive. So there you can see our board payments, 7.5 mil per month? If so, that's quite nice. 7.5 mil per month. I don't think it's going to be that. Can't be that. Right, technical regulations. This is the changes and our gains against the changes, or losses in some cases. And you can see our chassis, a little undercooked in cooling, very undercooked in terms of airflow, but that's going to hit everybody really hard. I'm not overly concerned about the airflow. Drag reduction, just a little bit, it's not much. Front wing, not bad actually. We've actually made a net gain on the brake cooling, got some decent extra downforce on the front wing there, and we've actually managed to salvage a decent bit of our airflow sensitivity. Not a bad front wing. Let's have a look at the rear wing. Again, some downforce gains, a little bit of a loss there in the airflow sensitivity, not overly concerned about that, and just very small gains in terms of drag and DRS. That could have been nicer. With our side pods, we are just undercooked a little on the engine cooling. Decent returns on the airflow, helps mitigate some of the loss, and again, just a very small gain in drag reduction. Underfloor, a little bit of extra downforce, decent recovery on some of the airflow, and 4% on the drag reduction. That's not too bad. And then our suspension, again, down a little bit on our brake cooling, a little bit of extra downforce, quite a bit of big loss in airflow at the front, and 3.5% of drag reduction. Not great numbers. I don't know how good our car's going to be. I'm guessing it's going to be pretty rough at the start, but I think there's a real chance that the whole field might close up thanks to the airflow penalties for everybody, and possibly the cooling. So we might have a terrible car, but we might be able to boost it quite high quite quick. We'll have to see. You can see we have got a reduction of 5 million in the cost cap for this season. Prize money remains unchanged, so if we stay in 8th place, A, we're probably going to get fired, but B, we will come out with 45 mil at the end of the year. If we can get up to 4th, which is our target, our prize money will be 58.2 mil. Sporting regulations for this season: no changes to the points, no changes to the points allocation, no change to the CFD or wind tunnel testing limits, and no change to the engine components. They stay with that extra one across, so 5 gearboxes, 3 RSs, and 4 engines. We are going to probably stick with Mercedes engines, the least powerful but only just engine on the grid, but it is the engine that has the best power loss threshold, the second best wear resistance, the best thermal efficiency. Fuel efficiency is not great, it's 3rd out of 4th, but it's not too far off. Gearbox durability is 2nd on the grid, and ERS durability is 2nd on the grid as well. So while it doesn't have amazing peaks like something like the Red Bull does, it has no major troughs like the Red Bull does, where you can see it's the worst in 4 of the categories there. So yeah, I think sticking with the Mercedes engine is probably the way to go. And here we go then. Liam Lawson is a free agent. He has not been picked up by anybody. Interesting. All right, we've got Mick and Oscar. Let's start by immediately allocating out their training. Let's have a look. We want to probably work on Mick's short run pace, get those numbers up a little bit. Let's have a look at Oscar. And, oh yes, you can see the development we've put into him has certainly been paying off. 88 on cornering and 85 on braking now. And he's really starting to develop into a pretty quick driver. Reactions are still a little bit low. I would like to work on that, and obviously I'd like to try and work on his smoothness as well. And if we can boost his overtaking as well, that would also be a bonus. So let's see. That works in his overtaking. That's his smoothness. Smoothness and overtaking and reactions. That's perfect. That's all 3 that I want to work on. So we'll put him on race strategy. And we have a new engineer with us as well. Josh Peckett has joined and is now Mick Schumacher's engineer. Let's assess our training for our staff members. Let's see, where are we weakest with Dan Fallows? He's currently on bodywork. That's 83, 84 and 89. I think we leave him on bodywork. Let's take a look at Dirk and see what he needs. He's currently on grip and traction, which is working low and high, well, working the downforce. Let's see, can we find something else to improve? He's got 92 airflow sensitivity. That will have helped us as well, I think, in terms of mitigating some of the loss. Very high airflow sensitivity skill. We could look at aero principles. Bodywork looks good. Cooling, DRS, low speed, downforce and airflow management. Maybe ground effect. Maybe airflow intake. Let's go with airflow intake. Airflow management and cooling were the 2 skills that were affected the most, I think. So let's work on those. And it's always good to improve the DRS and reduce drag as well. So yeah, we'll go with intake. Let's have a look at Ben. He's working currently on car analysis. So the composure stat is the one that improves how well the driver reacts when they get overtaken or when they make an overtake. Communication here is how good the relationship is between the drivers. Feedback is obviously how good the car, how quickly the car gets a setup rating there. I think we want to work on composure a bit more. So I'm not overly worried about feedback at the moment. So let's get him working on communication and composure. Actually, no, let's go composure and feedback. His communication is pretty good. He's already got an excellent relationship with Oscar. Let's have a look at Josh. A new signing. Again, very high composure stat. We want to improve that. Let's work on improving his communication skill as well. So composure and communication, there we go. Let's get him paired up with Schumacher very quickly if we can. Alan Permain, let's have a look. We've got processes, leadership, training and aptitudes. Training, the higher their rating, the faster they develop through the sessions and the less performance they lose. So we want to work on training, and processes is the less fatigue the pit crew gains from race weekends and training sessions. So those are the 2 I want to work on this time. So let's move over to innovation to cover that off. And that is our staff dealt with. Staff and drivers. Let's see, we've got scouts in action at the moment. That's good. Let's check our facilities, see if anything broke over the winter. No, car park test centre is not too far away from a a refurb needed. 35 days away from getting the team hub fully upgraded. Race sim is going to break soon. That is not going to be a cheap refurb. That's probably going to be about 4 or 5 mil. Boardroom, yes. Let's refurb the boardroom. Actually, no, let's wait until the races actually get started. Helipad is going to need a refurb. We're going to wait till we get closer. It's only 6 days for a refurb, so we'll wait until just before Bahrain to do that. Memorabilia room, not overly concerned by that right now. Right then, let's check our inbox. So, how did our car gain or lose compared to last season? We gained some speed, we lost a little bit of acceleration, we gained a little bit of downforce, DRS, we gained a little over 4%, that's not too bad. Lost a little bit in all of the downforce, and the dirty air tolerance is down 10%, that's not so good. Gained a little bit, about 0.6% in brake cooling, and lost about the same in engine cooling. So that's not horrendous. It's not horrendous. Our car has remained relatively the same as it was last year. Big question is, how has the rest of the grid fared with those changes? Car development is now open. We will get started on that in just a second. Pit crew performance. So let's have a look. Our training has stayed the same by the look of it. Maybe it's just a bug, because those numbers haven't gone down at all. Let's have a look. ATR allocations. So now you can see where every team sits. This gives us 6.3 MAU hours and 84 wind tunnel hours per period, same as last year. New regulations now are in effect. We know about that. Driver development update. So this is how our drivers finished off the year. We got that extra point of cornering out of Oscar, and an extra point in smoothness for Liam before he disappeared. Enzo picking up an extra point in braking and accuracy. Let's get our training schedule for our pit crew sorted out for the first month of 2025. We are going to focus in on a bit of gym training at the start, quite heavily, and then obviously we want to work on our car building a little bit as well, making sure that I give them a day off each week. So that their recovery isn't too long. Help keep them relatively fresh going into the next week. So you can see they're up to 41% fatigue, and then that goes down to 32 with the day off, and then they start the next week nice and well rested again. Obviously, the more hardcore training, like gym training, that we put in, the higher the baseline fatigue level will be at the start of each week. But we do want to develop those skills. Try and drill down our pit stop times if we can. And now we're going to be a little bit more proactive, I think. Let's keep working gym training. I think next month we'll start focusing more on pit stop drills. Let's just keep pumping in a lot of gym training for this month. Work on the car building a bit as well, because that is something that we neglected quite a bit, and so it just takes us that a little bit too long when we have to change something like a front wing during a pit stop. Improving our car building will speed that element of the pit stops up. And that leaves us just a little bit too weary going into the next month, so let's just leave it like that. There we go. So we'll gain 6 600ths of a second. Bring our estimated pit stop time down to a 2.3 overall, barely. Improve our car building by 2.5 points, up to 47%, and reduce our chances of making a mistake a little bit as well. Okay, good stuff. Want to really try and solidify our pit crew as the best on the grid this year if we can. Right, car time. Let's take a look at the car. How you doing, Horrific? Good to see you. Where do we sit? 15th in speed, 19th in acceleration, 11th in DRS, 19th in low and medium speed, 15th in high, only 13th in dirty air tolerance. So it looks like some teams have taken big hits to their airflow. If we are currently 13th in dirty airflow tolerance, that's pretty nice. 19th in brake and engine cooling, and 15th in extra weights. Let's see what those numbers actually translate to, though. In terms of against the average, we're only less than 0.4 kilometers down on the average top speed. That's not that much. We're a little bit down in acceleration. That's a little bit more painful. We are almost there with the average on the DRS. We're down a little bit more than I would like in the low speed downforce. Medium speed downforce is down a little bit more than I'd like. High speed, that's very close. Dirty air tolerance, you can actually see we are above the average there. Not by much, but we are above the average. Brake cooling, we're down by, 4%, and we're down by about 4.5% in engine cooling on the average. So while our values are currently pretty low in terms of ranking against the actual average values, they're not too far away. That gives me a little bit of confidence going into developing our car. Let's just dial into which parts are good and which parts are bad, because there will be some that are horrendous. Let's start with the chassis. 19th, 17th, 19th. That's one that we certainly need to work on. 17th, 19th, and 13th, and then 13th on cooling. And they can see our airflow, 9th and 13th in terms of airflow on the front wing. So that research we did on the front wing at the end of it last year certainly paid off. The front wing's not too bad. Let's have a look at the rear wing. 9th and 11th at the top, and then downforce levels. Look at that, 11th, 11th, and 5th in high speed. And again, 11th on airflow. So that's come out as a very, very nice little part there on rear wing. Side pod is bad across the board. 19th all the way down. That's not good. So we definitely need to do a new side pod. Underfloor, 9th, 7th, 3rd, and 5th. Wow, that's our best part, our underfloor. That's nice. Suspension, 19th, 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 and 17th, and 19th, and 19th. Yeah, we desperately need to do a new suspension as well. So, suspension, side pods, and chassis are the three parts we're going to work on first, I think. Let's get those started. Which one do I want to pump my hours into? I think probably the suspension. I'm going to dump everything into this, I think. Have a look. That will gain us a little bit in brake cooling, a little bit in medium speed, and a little bit more in the low speed. It's not going to gain us much in the way of drag reduction. Could bump that up a little bit, but I do want to improve my downforce where I can as well. I'm going to go with that, I think, and then if we strip a bit of weight out of the suspension, knock that down to a 3.5. Yeah, that's not too bad. Let's go with that. We're going to go intense. It's going to take 40 days. That's too long. I need to get that down to about 30 odd days. Let's see, it's going to take, I think, 8 days per part to manufacture. Or is it 16? I'm trying to remember, is it 8 days? I think it's 8 days for a suspension. That's 17 days. I'm going to go with 4 just to be on the safe side in case it's 20 days needed. And that will give us 2 new suspensions for Sakhir. We want a new side pod next. And let's improve our drag reduction on that. There we go. And again, we're going to strip the weight out all the way down, and that gives us a nice big boost to our acceleration and some big number gains on our, in terms of ranking, on our cornering as well. Actually, pretty big looking gains in terms of values as well. Look at that. Again, we're going to go intense. These take a little while. Let's go with 2 of those. 2 engineers on that part. And now we need to do a new chassis. Just remove a bit of drag off of that there. Don't really have the ability to move these too much at the moment without hurting anything else, so just leave it like that. Again, we're going to strip all the weight out of that, and that will give us, again, a nice boost to acceleration and some decent boosts to cornering. Don't expect us to have an amazingly quick car, you know, based off of these numbers that we're seeing here, because we're not the only car obviously developing in pre-season. So it's whether we can do better pre-season development than the rest of the competition as to whether we'll actually gain any ground or not. I'm going to leave that with just 1 engineer, and again, we want to go intense, maximize the gain on that, so that any subsequent chassis we make will be hopefully able to improve a lot more. And we've got 3.6 mil left. Going to hang on to that for now, so that we've got money to actually start making those parts, and also it gives us a little bit of a leg up on February's development as well. We'll have a little bit more cash on hand to kickstart that. I'm again hoping that around Bahrain is when we'll start to see some real pace in the car. Not Bahrain, sorry, Baku. And then it's a question of whether we can sustain that going forward. Right, let's advance some time. Inbox time. So, where is everybody driving? Let's have a look. Max and Charles at Red Bull. Alonso has stayed alongside Lance at Aston Martin. Not really that surprising considering the performance of that Aston at the moment. Felipe Drugovich is Red Bull's reserve, and Dennis Hauger has gone to Aston as their reserve. George Russell has swapped places with Carlos Sainz at Ferrari, and Perez has gone to Ferrari as well. So an all-new lineup for Ferrari. And Mercedes still have Houghton, and then it's Maloney as Ferrari's reserve and Vasseur as Mercedes reserve. Did I say Maloney as Mercedes? Yeah, Maloney Ferrari reserve. Then we've got Ocon has renewed his contract with Alpine, stays alongside Gasly. You can expect some fireworks between those 2 drivers again, as always. Tsunoda and Norris are still at McLaren, no changes there. Reserve drivers Hajar and Palou. Wow, Palou's still reserve driver for McLaren. Williams have Alex Albon and Zhou Guanyu, so no changes for Williams. And then reserve drivers, they've got Jack Doohan, no changes obviously for us. And then going down, Haas have got Kevin Magnussen, and they've signed Théo Pourchaire and Freddie Vesti as their reserve. Alfa Romeo have signed Antonio Giovinazzi instead of taking up the contract of Lawson, and Iwasa has signed as their reserve. I'm a little disappointed for Lawson. I thought he would make it onto the grid. I mean, he's an 81 rated driver. But then having said that, yeah, maybe he just missed the cut. Maybe next year he'll make it. Who knows? I can't see him being out of the sport for too long. There's the F3 rosters. For those of you that are interested, I don't really tend to pay too much attention to the F3 ratings or the lineups. Nicholas Solov, we've got his feedback. He is driving for MP Motorsports. Sophia Flörsch still in F3. F2, let's see. So Prema have got Johnny Edgar and Paul Aaron. Virtuosi, Michael Guerin and Vladimir Blezjaks. Donna Tanner has signed for Rodin Carlin. I'm toying with the idea of actually signing Donna as my new reserve. We've got Josef Hubner at High Tech alongside Clement Novalak. ART have got Jürgen Hoffmann and Victor Martin. MP Motorsport, Veronica Correa and Gabriel Bortoletto. PHM Racing by Charouz have Kush Maini and Gabriele Mini. Dams have got Dino Beganovic and Adam Duda. Campos with Manuel Gauthier and Massimo Ferri. And Van Amersfoort have got Sebastian Montoya and Franco Colapinto. And last but not least, Trident, Ollie Behrman and Jack Crawford. That's not a bad little lineup for Trident. A little surprised Behrman didn't make it onto the grid. He's another one that I'm considering signing as our replacement reserve driver. I'm not sure yet. I'll think about that. We'll stick with Emerson. I keep calling him that. We'll stick with Enzo for now. But yeah, we might well be signing either Donna or Ollie to replace him. Sponsoring Hiromi Murata. It's going to cost 100 grand. He is someone I have no idea about, and I don't want to spend the money at the moment, so we're just going to acknowledge that and not bother sponsoring him. We're back up to 4.4 mil. It's almost enough for our next intense part. And there we go. Chassis is complete. Let's start building the chassis. This will take 10 days, so we'll have enough time to get 2 of those. There we go. That brings us down to 3.5 mil. It's not enough for another intense part yet. Suspension is now done. Let's start manufacturing the suspension. And we've had our board payment through, so we're up to 9.1 mil. Let's get 2 of those in production. In fact, just make it 3 because they're not that expensive. And we're going to need a spare. And now let's go to design and research. Let's see. I want to work on an underfloor and I think probably a front wing. I don't know if I can afford both. Yeah, we'll do that with our underfloor. How much is that going to cost us? 4.3 mil. Yeah, we're not going to have enough for both. And we're now looking at getting this out for Melbourne. So that's only 9 days. It's not long enough. How long after Melbourne to Baku? 12 days, that'll get me 1 underfloor. 15 days, that's not going to be enough. I'd have to go 5 engineers. 31 days, that's 17. That should be enough, I think, to get 2 underfloors for Melbourne. So let's do that. It is going to reduce the gains a little bit, but or at least reduce the expertise gain a little bit, but you know, we're going to need 2 of those parts. And then we're a day away from getting the side pod done, and then we've obviously got to manufacture it, so let's sort that out in a moment. How have our drivers developed over this last month? A point in braking for Mick, and a point in reactions. Excellent. That's exactly the stat I wanted to get boosted for Oscar. And then Enzo's gained a point in cornering and a point in adaptability. Let's get the pit crew training sorted for February. So strip those out. Start with a bit of car building. And now we're going to start to dial in a little bit more balance into our training here. And again, I'm going to throw in a little bit more car building training. Getting very close to that fatigue line again. I can squeeze in an extra day of training here, I think. Yes, there we go. Then we'll give them the Monday off, give them a chance to cool down a bit. And then again, let's throw in a bit more training. There we go. So we're not going to gain a huge amount of pace in this particular month, but we're going to gain a bit more in our car building. And again, we're just bringing those chances of mistakes down a bit more as well. How you doing, Farah? Good to see you. And Derek as well. Good to see you, Derek. All right, there we are. Training is sorted. 20 days until race day. That's the side pods done, so let's get those into manufacturing. There we go. That leaves us with 2.9 million. We're going to hang on to that. Underfloor reduced deadline. Oh, okay. So it's going to finish on the 23rd instead of the 4th of March. Okay. Yeah, we'll take that. Let's go and have a look at car part development. Let's take a couple of engineers off this now. So this is going to finish. Let's drop that down to just 2 engineers now. Just to gain a couple of extra days of expertise gain on that. Back up to 3.6 mil. Not quite enough to get another part started. We do need to get some refurbing done now. So let's go to our facilities. We need to refurb our boardroom. I should have refurbed that earlier. Left that a bit too long. Never mind. We'll refurb the helipad as well. And now our race sim has dropped. That's not good. Can't quite afford that. Alright, we'll have to try and get on that as soon as we can. team hub is now fully upgraded to level 5. So that'll help with our staff developments. Helipad refurb is done. Got some idle engineers, I know, that's fine. Let's see, we've got some pre-season testing results. There you can see, not great numbers, but that's with the old parts on the car. Got some idle scouts. Let's go to driver scouting. See if there's a new wave of drivers at the bottom here to have a look at. I don't think Kushmaini or Clement Novalak are going to make it through to F1 now. Not as a prominent driver. Ricardo's still in free agency. Sargent's still in free agency. That's pretty much Sargent's career done, I think. De Vries still in free agency. And then there, Lawson in free agency. He will get picked up by somebody. It's just a question of who and when, I think. Might need to wait for a retirement. Maybe a Hamilton retirement at the end of this season. He's only got 10 months left on his contract. Maybe that will free up a bit of movement in the driver market. And let's see, who else is out of contract? Where is he? I saw him a second ago. Albon. He has 10 months left in his contract. It's entirely possible that Albon might move on to another team, which would open up a slot at Williams, and that would be a slot then for Lawson. So while it's a shame to not see him on the grid this year, because I honestly thought he would be, I didn't even consider Giovinazzi taking that seat. I think we'll see him on the grid again next year. Technical chiefs. Let's continue scouting out the... we pretty much have scouted out everybody here, haven't we? Alright, let's have a look at aero guys. We've got a few there. Oh, Jared Murphy's at McLaren. Interesting. No change there for those two. Dirk obviously with us. Peter Pedromo's at Mercedes. Ian Gregg's still at Aston. Cinelli is at Alpine. Aaron Melvin has gone to Williams. Left Haas for them. Adam Kenyon, former Williams aero, is now out of a job and probably won't get back on the grid. We've done engineers. Let's go to sporting directors. Let's whack some details onto a man with a very orange tan, Mr. Jonathan Wheatley. Alright, we have chassis built. Side pods. Done the side pod and suspension. Installed on car 1. Okay. There we are then. Race weekend day. So let's first off take a look at how much we've improved the car. So if we go to AlphaTauri and select Oscar, there's the gains that we've made. So we've gone from 16th to 15th, no real change in the speed. That might just stay as it was. We have made a little gain, but not really in ranking. Have gained in acceleration though. Acceleration up to 13th, DRS 9th. That's not bad. Nice improvements to downforce. Look at that. Oh, wow. We're second in high-speed downforce. Woo. Big numbers there. 11th in medium. In low and 13th in medium. cooling still needs some work, but I'm not overly concerned about that right now. Dirty air tolerance has stayed the same. But that's some big improvements. That is some big improvements. So let's have a quick look at the grid average. So you can see we've closed the gap now in speed. It's now just 0.2 kilometers an hour. That's nice. Definitely closed down the acceleration as well. That's 0.015 now. DRS effectiveness still a little bit ahead like it was before. No change there. We haven't done anything to boost our DRS. Low speed though, look at that. We are now tied with the average, which is nice. We're almost there on the average with the medium speed, and we're now ahead of the average on the high speed quite nicely. But again, this is what I'm saying. We're second in high speed. The average, not that much below us. So it's going to be, I think, a pretty tight season again. Probably tighter than last year. I think the cars will have been brought together a bit more. And with some of those driver moves as well, we could see some interesting results this year. Dirty air tolerance is now, not too far away. Just 1% away. And again, you can see where we are with the brake cooling and engine cooling. I'm not too bad, no, not too disappointed with that. I think we've actually managed to develop a decent starting template for our car. It's whether we can, build on that and, continue to find good performance with each new part that we put on. So we need to go ahead and put those parts onto Oscar's car now as well. There we go. Excellent stuff. My cornering speeds seem concerning. How do you mean concerning? Right, targets for tonight. I think we've definitely got a chance of getting both cars through into Q8. 8 qualifyings. I think in terms of both cars into Q2, I think we might even be able to sneak one into Q3. So I'm going to try that. I'm going to be optimistic for the first race of the season. I'm going to try and get one car into Q3, both through to Q2. Finish position 2 in the top 8, I think, is probably a little beyond us. I'll have a crack at the fastest lap. Quali position streak, 1 in the top 10 for 2 races. That could be tricky. Let's set a nice simple finish position guarantee. Let's say 1 in the top 14 just for 2 races, just to see what our performance. Actually, let's go a bit more brave on that. Let's go 12. Just to see what our kind of performance is like, and only do it for 2 races just in case our car doesn't quite live up to expectations. And that way we don't break a ridiculously expensive streak. Like 2 cars in the top 10 for 5 races will cost us like $500,000 if we fail it. So there we go. That is our targets set for the opening race. It's time to head to Bahrain for the first Grand Prix of the 2025 season.
Welcome to Bahrain, ladies and gentlemen. F1 is back. Every team and driver comes here with the same goal, to win. But that's for the end of the season. For now, they have to prepare to fight for F1 glory. Bahrain International Circuit was Formula One's first venue in the Middle East and is still a calendar favourite. Dusty and challenging, this desert track is a real test of endurance for teams and for drivers. Will beginner's luck play a part this weekend? There's a new driver at the wheel for Haas. Stay with us then as the weekend gets underway.
Okay then, let's get into practice. So, I'm going to start on some soft tyres. Swap those in first of all. 17 laps is what we need for Bahrain. That much I do remember. I haven't got the book open yet. We'll have to grab that in a second. There we go. And let's start putting some setups on. So, grab the book. Let's have a look. Oh, there's so many setups for Bahrain. Going to go with a 5, an 11.5, 6.4, 3.25 and 0.3 as our starting setup for Mick. And for Oscar, let's go with a 4, 11.5, 7.3, 3.15 and a 0. See how we do with that.
Radio check.
Yes.
So, Valtteri, the first person onto the track, with our new boy Mick right behind him.
Yep, radio check.
Yep, compensate. Watch those curbs.
Just going to watch Mick's first lap.
A bit less curb.
Copy.
Always like to give a little bit of focus to a brand new driver. Russell at Ferrari, that could be a very interesting combination next season, this season. Depends on how good the Ferrari's going to be this year. We didn't actually look at any individual teams. We probably should have done that. It's too late now. We'll do that before we head to Jeddah tomorrow. Remind me somebody tomorrow. Oh, that's not a good start.
Right then, we can take a look now.
A lock up on the outlap.
Then at the 11th corner. Just a bit too wide at that point.
Come on, Mick. Please don't do this to me.
Yellow ahead.
Copy. Locked up.
Yeah, you didn't just lock up, you fucked up. Hopefully that hasn't damaged the tyres too badly. 94% against 98, so it's costing 4%, but that'll be fine. Those tyres will last. What was I saying? Yeah, somebody remind me in the chat tomorrow before we start the race at Jeddah to check the performance against individual teams, because I'll probably forget. Porsche banging in a quick lap right out the gate. I'm really curious to see how Porsche does this season. I don't think he's going to be troubling the podium anytime soon, but he could pick up some good points this year. It all depends on how good that Haas is going to be. It's way too early to tell. We'll have to wait till qualifying to get a real bead on what the car's pace is going to be like. Oh, another mistake for Mick. This is not a good start to his new career. And Oscar's running wide in sympathy at the same corner now. With a lock-up. Oh, come on, boys. I do think, and I'm not sure about this, I really don't, I think this is maybe just me reading too much into things, but I do think that drivers tend to make more mistakes when they don't know the car.
The car
I mean, he started with 0% knowledge of the car, so I'm hopeful that as the car part knowledge goes up, the mistakes will decrease. I don't think that's a thing. I think it's just me, with some wishful thinking there, but it'd be nice if that was the case. Setup satisfaction for Mick, 90% on his opening run. That's not too bad. A good place to start from. What about Oscar? 97. He's in the optimal window already. Beautiful. We just need to tweak probably the front wing. Or maybe it's the camber that we need to tweak. Alright, so Schumacher needs to change the roll bar, so that's... it could be either. It could be a 7.3, it could be a 5.5. I'll go with a 5.5, I think. And just do that and see. That won't be enough, that much I do know. Just changing the roll bar usually only gives you 8% if it's like that. So I'll probably need to find a little bit more somewhere else. Let me do that. At least put the toe right against its limit for the setup window, and then we know whether it needs to move or not. It is the front wing, so I'm going to put that to a 4.5. Let's correct the camber. The toe can't move. That should be it. That should be Oscar absolutely done and nailed there. Got to make sure Piastri's tyre warmth is good this season. Yes, we do need to keep an eye on that. There we go, both guys back on track again. Max pumping in very, very quick times at the beginning of practice. A big gap to everybody else there. Is that a genuine gap as well? Hamilton did run on soft tyres. Max is on another soft tyre run, so the track will have rubbered in a bit. Let's see what Russell can do. Oh, God's sake, Mick, come on, please. Enough of the lockups. Starting to get a little concerned about Schumacher already. That's 3 mistakes in the first practice session. Yeah, George has pumped in some quicker times now, bringing that gap to Max down a bit. Alonso pumping in a quick time on his first lap on the softs there. Still a scary gap at the front, half a second between Verstappen and everybody else. Why did I get rid of Lawson? Simply because he doesn't have a head model. I want to be able to enjoy my first podium regardless of which driver gets it. I want to actually see all my drivers up there. That's the only reason. If Lawson had a head model, I would have kept him. This is one thing I really hope that they do improve next year, is a bigger range of head models for some of the reserve drivers and some of the more prominent members of the F2 calendar,
Very good in the car.
so that you don't have this
Copy that.
thing where after just a couple of years, drivers start getting onto the grid who you'll immediately invalidate every single podium celebration. 82%. We went the wrong way. That is a 7-3, not a 5-5 then. At least we know now. We can get that sorted out for practice 2.
How is the car?
And there we have absolutely perfect setup for Oscar as expected. So, interesting first session. Perez now looking pretty quick, very close to Max. That's a bit more comforting to see that it's not going to be just a complete one-horse race. But again, it's practice. It's very early to say whether or not that's genuine or not. I still think Max is going to have the edge. Leclerc a long way off, but I think,
That is the checkered flag.
again, that is just a bit of a misnomer. I think that will change as practice continues. Let's correct that mistake we made with Mick. There we go. And the braking stability, we did go the wrong way on the braking stability, so we can fix that as well. So that needs to come back to there, and that needs to go to about there. Maybe there. Front wing needs to change. Let's drop that to a 4.5. And let's drop that all the way down to 0. Let's try that. That hopefully will be 100% for Mick. So we're going to go with medium tyres in this session. We're going to go with 40 laps of fuel. Save the hards for the final session. Actually, no, let's go with the hard tyres this session. Save the mediums for when they've got a little bit more comfort in the car in terms of its setup and its knowledge as well. Alright, there we go. Putting a little gap between our two drivers because I want to check on their pace. While we've got equal performing cars, they're both at the same wear rates. They're both going to have the same confidence in their setup. They're both going to have... Basically, it's the only time in the season where we have truly identical performance in our cars in terms of wear rate and stuff. So this is our best indicator as to which of our drivers is a little bit quicker than the other. Practice is not, the be-all and end-all of those results. Qualifying will be more important when they're actually pushing, but at least this will give us a good baseline understanding of the pace difference between our two drivers. I'm expecting it to be relatively close. I think on paper Piastri should be the quicker driver. But Mick has a higher reaction skill, which helps him accelerate out of the corners, get off the line quicker. That's one of Oscar's weaknesses that we are going to try and work on this season, along with his smoothness. That also needs to improve. So, yeah, I think it'll be pretty close like this. I do think Oscar will have the edge in qualifying, just based on that higher braking skill, the higher cornering skill. But I don't think it's going to be a massive gap. I think maybe 0.2 is what I'm expecting to see in difference. .97%, almost there with Mick.
Yeah, that was great.
We'll make that change at the end of the session
Copy that.
rather than bringing them in now. We want to try and get our car part knowledge up now. So while we're killing a little bit of time in these practice sessions, anyone with any questions for this season? And did everybody have a good New Year? Anthony's New Year was fabulous. Was it fabulous or was it fabulous?
Okay, and that is the checkered flag.
What's the score, Baron? Are we winning? Are we losing? Still level? Right, cornering's just a little off. It's going to be a tricky one to fix. Hopefully that'll do it. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry about that.
Green light. Watch those curbs. A bit less curb.
1-all and selling Mr. Penn. Ugh. Darwin Nunez has missed many chances. Well, that's not surprising. He's gloriously chaotic as a player, Nunez. He'll miss so many chances, but he does it in such chaotic style. You just can't help but like him.
I just went into quick. So annoying.
Here's the replay. And it was Mick Schumacher involved. Oh, we've seen
Another
a few
mistake
go
from
off the
Mick.
track there. Really, they must be careful.
I think we're probably going to see a mistake from him in the Grand Prix as well. Yeah, and while we're driving with very conservative options, you can see that our times between the two are very, very close. But I do think Oscar will have that edge when they start pushing. Is that it for Schumacher? It is 100% excellent stuff. Now we just need to sit back and wait for the end of the session. Genuinely have no idea how we're going to do pace-wise. Kind of encouraged by the fact that even on these low settings like this, we are actually lapping faster than, you know, other people out there, or at least comparable to other cars as well. Obviously, we're way down on tyres in terms of pace on the soft tyre runners who are pushing a bit more than we are. But we're doing 135 ones. Let's see, Zhou is on hard tyres. We are comparable to that. Let's see what's Tsunoda doing right now. 136.6 for Tsunoda on his last lap. Norris, what's he on? Is he on? Oh, looking at Russell and Verstappen. Well, they're faster cars than us, but Russell doing a 135.4 on his last lap. Max doing 133s.
Checkered flag.
We'll see how we do. How you doing, Spud? Good to see you. Baron thinks I'll be 8th in qualifying. Baron is very optimistic about my chances. I'm not sure I'm quite so optimistic. I think if I can get a car into Q3, I'll probably qualify in 10th. It's whether I can get a car into Q3 or not. Alright then, not bad. Starting level of confidence, 97% driver prep. That's going to put Oscar firmly into the very high confidence. So you can see Mick still in just high confidence because his relationship with Josh is still very, very new. That will improve his starting level of confidence as the season progresses and his relationship gets a bit better.
Welcome to qualifying. Let's find out if all that practice will pay off for the drivers.
Bahrain's track is dusty and abrasive, and even under the floodlights, qualifying is tough on soft tyres. Teams will need to use their tyre allocations wisely.
Now, there's been a bit of talk lately about Oscar Piastri. Karun, how's he been doing?
Now this is a driver with confidence, and that's clear from their performance today. But will that confidence pay off? We'll have to wait and see.
So get yourselves comfortable. It's going to be quite the ride.
Right. No need to make any changes here. Let's have a look at the starting levels of stats. There you can see 83 with the boost in terms of cornering, 87 in braking, 84 in accuracy. Oscar starting with 89, 89 and 92. This could be a decent year for Oscar if we can give him a car. So, all four Bulls on the track at the beginning there. Our two cars and the two Red Bulls.
Okay, so let's concentrate on some tyre prep now.
Copy. Start to work on your fronts and your brakes.
Copy.
What's Oscar's overall rating? I think it's 83. Mick is 81, I think, from memory. Tyre warm-up's looking all right. That's encouraging.
Good space at the moment.
Just in case he gets too close.
Let's go.
I don't think he will, but we'll see.
Got a good gap ahead. Good to go.
So at the start of this season, I'm not going to overly favour one driver over the other. I'm going to basically do it on a race-by-race basis to see who is likely to get us the best return on points or positions as each race unfolds. We will stop them from fighting. We will get them to hold position behind whoever's in front, just to try and reduce the chance of them hitting each other with pointless scrapping. But we're not going to just permanently hold one behind the other. If one's not really making progress and the other one's right behind, we will switch them over and try that. And like I say, we'll mix and match things on the fly. But we don't have a clearly defined number one driver at this stage of the season. So they are both, going to be treated as equals. And we'll just see what happens. A 130.1 is the opening lap for Schumacher, a 129.6 for Oscar, who may have got a little bit of a slipstream. He's close enough, as you can see. Let's see how well that does against everybody else. The Red Bull's looking frighteningly quick, as always. Max 0.4 faster than Charles Leclerc. Norris getting ready to start his flying lap. I've got a Williams on a flying lap. Which one is it? It's Albon. got an Aston on a flying lap coming up behind us. Here's Alonso. So, can Aston get amongst the Red Bulls this season? He's close to Leclerc. Not too far off Charles Leclerc's time there.
Oscar pit lane.
Oh, we've got a yellow flag. Someone has had a whoopsie, and I think it's Albon. Yeah, Albon has scuffed it in the final corner there.
Now we can see what happened. Now here we are at the final corner. And there goes the
Went in
steering.
a bit too hot and heavy.
That's just the risk you take. The later you leave it.
And he's aborted the lap. He's not even going to finish it. That makes sense. Right, here comes Norris. What's McLaren's pace like? Ooh, that's quick. That's very quick. McLaren built on their performance from last season.
So good outlap on these tyres. Copy.
Perez on his outlap in front of us. Giovinazzi, not quick. 2.3 seconds off the pace. We're about 1 and a bit seconds off the pace. So we've got about a second over Giovinazzi at the moment. Ocon starting his flying lap, as is Stroll. We're going to try something a little different for qualifying this year in terms of the viewing experience. We're going to try, just for this race, actually watching all of qualifying in every session, just flitting between other drivers like this. And let me know at the end of the stream whether you like this, and if you do, we might keep doing this.
Push next lap.
You're clear. Do your best.
We've got Haas in front of us. Stays out of the way, that's nice. See, where did Ocon qualify? Oh, look at that, we're right there with Ocon. Sainz as well, his first lap is less than a tenth faster than Piastri. Again, I don't know if that's because Piastri got a bit of a slipstream, or if that is just Piastri's genuine pace. A couple of cars in front. Hopefully they move out the way. Williams does. Ferrari gets in the way. That hurts both drivers. No improvement for either as a result, but they will get a little bit of an extra bit of confidence from completing the flying lap. Let's see. This will put Mick into peak just, I think. Oscar might get there as well. Should do. Peak confidence and peak confidence. Oh, big peak confidence. You've got a nice little final sector.
Nice lap. We will box the
Aha,
lap.
thank you, Baron.
That's a good lap, mate. Make sure we cool in the car.
Copy.
Right, here comes Russell on his first flying lap with Zhou tucked right in behind him. This could be a good lap for Zhou if he can stay with Russell here. Snowden and Hamilton just starting their first flying laps. Gasly starting his first flying lap. Magnussen coming up behind us. Yeah, Zhou's going to get a hell of a slipstream off the back of George Russell here. Hell of a slipstream. He's trying to overtake. Wow. Is the Ferrari bad, or is it just a good Williams? I just don't know. We don't really know what Williams' pace is like because Albon had to abort his first lap. He's all over him. Russell goes up to 6th, Zhou in 8th. I think they possibly hurt each other a little bit on that lap there. Stroll is sandwiched between our two cars. That's interesting.
Stop on the marks and switch off when you get it.
I might have to go with new tyres here. Hopefully I can hold those tyres back. Actually, 85%, that's not too bad. We'll stick with these tyres. I think they'll be enough to do the job. Going to wait for another minute or so, I think, before I send my drivers out. Try and find him a little bit of clean air. And this time we're going to try and give Schumacher the tow behind Oscar.
Let's go there and set some lap times.
Copy.
Good warm up on brakes.
Yeah, copy.
Should have put him out for 2 laps. Never mind. Not close enough. Too far.
Overtake is available.
Copy.
Let's push, come on.
Copy.
You're good to push on tyres.
Damn it. Alright, too far behind. I made a mistake there. Alright, well, at least we'll know genuine pace now without the slipstream. But this might go horribly wrong. Mick's confidence has just slipped below peak. Oscar's still there. Needs some strong sectors for both drivers here. Mick especially needs a good first sector to get him into peak and boost the rest of his lap. Oscar's up. mix up. Excellent. So Mick now into peak confidence. Just. Hamilton is 17th right now. And in the garage. He will be coming out in just a moment. Sainz ahead of us on track. Looking to improve his time. Games for both drivers in the middle sector. And Oscar's up to 7th.
Need to look after the tyres.
And locks up. Mick is 15th, but at risk.
It helps when you stay on the track.
Let's see what happened there. So here we go, heading into turn 1. Oh, and the car locks up.
Think about looking after this time.
Right, so I don't think Mick's going to stay in the session. I think, at the very least, Stroll's going to improve.
Back off now.
Got to imagine Hamilton might find a little bit more as well.
Save fuel. Yeah, copy.
Yes, fair enough. They want 4th this year. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, it's like first season we want 8th. Okay, 8th we can do. Second season we want 6th. Are you sure you don't want to stay in 8th? Third season, now we want 4th. 3-2. What the hell's going on? Jesus. Right, so who do we need to watch out for? Porsche is definitely one of them we need to watch out for. Is he on an in-lap or an out-lap? He's on an in-lap, so Porsche is not improving. Giovinazzi's not improving. Hamilton is on his out-lap. Magnussen's on his flying lap. Where's the other Haas? Just ahead of us.
Oscar pit lane.
And obviously Stroll could be an issue. On an outlap, he's tucked up behind a Red Bull, not a Red Bull, sorry, an Alfa Romeo. Is that Bottas? It is. That might not be good for us at all. Schumacher might be going out here. They've got to find a fair bit of time. Stroll is probably the one who's most likely to find it. Here comes Magnussen up to the line. Please still be a shit car, Haas. Ah, Magnussen's through, so Schumacher's out. Damn it, we've lost money with the sponsors already. Got a yellow flag though. It's a spin for Perez at the end of the lap. That's not going to hurt anyone who's already on a flying lap, I don't think. Well, no one that affects us. Hamilton might be getting caught by Bottas here. Hamilton might not make it out of Q1 here. That would be a huge shot. When Sainz qualify? Only 13th. Wow. Mercedes not looking good at the moment this year. That has really hurt Bottas and Stroll, I think. trying to get through there. So what can Hamilton do? He only improves to 18th. Hamilton's out. Bottas has failed to improve. Stroll is out. Zhou absolutely screwing over Stroll and Bottas there. And just unfortunate that we were just that little bit behind. Couldn't quite find enough performance to get through. Just 300ths below Bottas' time. If we'd been able to get the slipstream, Schumacher would have got through. So that's on me. That was my mistake. Farah's happy. Surprise, surprise. All right, let's see what we can do with Oscar then. See how high we can get him. Can we get him into Q3 to minimise the money we're going to lose with the sponsors for failing to get both into Q2? From the start, Russell in a Ferrari. Well,
let's just focus on the tyres.
Looks like it might be the right career choice as well, given Mercedes' pace in qualifying so far. Ferrari looking competitive, Mercedes really not. Definitely watching the highlights later. Tyre seems to be warming up properly at this track.
So nobody ahead of you. Go on and push.
All right, clean first run for Oscar. This is just to set some, set a baseline time, a bank a lap to get the confidence up. And as he's first on track, he should be setting purple sectors in every sector. That should theoretically give him a nice boost of confidence. Albon is really all over the back of us. This could... it's put Oscar under pressure. You know what? I'm okay with the lockup on the first lap like that. Means the next lap I do on these tyres should be an improvement, at least in the first sector anyway. Gets rid of the pressure of Albon behind, forcing a mistake out of us. We're on very different quality tyres, as you can see as well. 56% against 89 on Albon there. However, not being the first across the line does mean we will not be getting anywhere close to confidence on this run. Leclerc to Red Bull, that's a pretty standard change. Perez to Ferrari, also a pretty standard change. Sainz to Mercedes, that's unusual.
Run switch Delta, stay negative. Cool as much as you can.
Copy.
And that's brought on because Russell's gone to Ferrari. Normally, Russell stays with Mercedes. Ferrari have Perez and Sainz. So, yeah, to see Russell make the move, that's not a usual change. It's a bit of a surprise on that one. I did actually load or continue briefly last night into the next season just to get some screenshots of Schumacher in overalls with a view to, you know, trying to mix up the thumbnail for this year a little bit. And the driver changes were a little bit more interesting. Alonso went back to Alpine, bizarrely. Ocon went to Aston Martin. I don't remember what other changes there, you know, caught me by surprise. I think everyone else stayed pretty much as expected, but yeah, just to see Alonso returning to Alpine was a bit of a shock. But Russell stayed at Mercedes in that one, so
Oscar pit lane.
Alright, I'm going to do another run on these tyres again. Go out behind Verstappen.
To start to work on the brakes. Lovely.
And AC Ferrari looking competitive again. You know, first and second right now. That's going to change. I see Williams parked up off the side of the road there. No. It's Leclerc coming through on his flying lap. Albon has got pace in that car. Again, that might be down to him getting a bit of a slipstream from us on his first run. On the main straight, but that's a pretty pacey Williams.
So track is clear. Go one.
I seriously doubt we're going to be able to stay anywhere close to Max right now. 128.7 for Leclerc. Just laid down a gauntlet for his new teammate. Let's see what Max can do. And we're already well out of slipstream range, I think. These tyres are dying a death. 50% life left in the tyres. But again, we're just looking to try and improve our sectors. We should improve in the first sector without any real issue, because we had that lockup. I don't know about the rest of the lap though. Theoretically, we should be able to improve a little bit. Higher confidence level and all. Don't know if we got held a little bit by Leclerc there. Had to adjust our line into the corner, so maybe. No, we did improve in the middle sector as well. That's good. What about the final sector? Wow, Yuki's all the way up in third now. Max second. And we took 2 seconds off the time, but we're still a long way off. But again,
So
considering
cool.
the state of the tyres, that's not surprising at all. We're going to have one flying lap on brand new tyres. Confidence is lower than I would have liked it to be. But, yeah, still decent numbers. 90, 90 and 93. I will take those. I don't think there's anybody on a flying lap right now. All on in laps or out laps, I think.
That's good bit there.
Albon starting a flying lap. Alonso halfway through his. Norris in the first sector.
Watch Alonso behind. Maximum tyre and brake warming. Copy.
No improvement from Alonso, so he stays sixth. While Car's piling out now, we're going to have a bit of free air. Sainz starting his flying lap. No improvement from Norris, he stays seventh. Albon stays in ninth. What about Tsunoda? No improvement from Yuki. All right. Pressure's on.
Nice big gap ahead.
We need a big lap
Good
here
job.
from Oscar. lap in the first. So he did a 27.3 on his best lap. He's done a 27.0, so he's up by 0.3 so far. A 40.8 and a 23 or 22.9 are his best sectors for the second and third. That's another half a second. I don't think we're getting through, but we're going to at least improve our position.
This will be checkered flag.
Oh, wow. Okay, we took a second off the time, but we're still down in 15th place. That's disappointing. That is very disappointing. All right then, let's see who gets pole. It's Max by a 10th from Charles Leclerc. Lando Norris in third. Sainz up in fourth. Good lap from Sainz. Russell fifth. Yuki in sixth. Perez in seventh. Alonso down in 8th place. Did not expect to see that. Ocon 9th. And it's Zhou in 10th. So Albon didn't make it through either. Big surprise.
It's race day with the teams and drivers ready and raring to go.
Bahrain has seen some of the most dramatic races in F1, like Sergio Perez's incredible 2020 victory, surging ahead from being last on the opening lap. We've been having lovely clear weather, although there are a few clouds lurking. Hopefully they'll stay in check for the duration of the race.
And there's going to be a lot for the teams to handle. So will the drivers and their cars be able to deal with the pressure here in Bahrain?
So yeah, qualifying didn't go as well as I'd hoped. I think we have got a little bit more pace than that in the car. Just didn't manage to actually actualise that, unfortunately. I don't know whether to go soft, soft, medium or soft, medium, soft. I normally go soft, soft, medium. Sorry, soft, medium, soft. But I think that might be the smarter play this time out. Just try and really push these soft tyres in the opening stints. Try and maybe get an undercut in the opening stint. Let me have a look. If I were to do that and then just stretch this stint out a touch like that, do that. Let's go with that, I think. And we'll do something similar for Oscar as well. There we go. Extra fuel. I'm going to go with 3, well, as much extra fuel as I can carry on this one. Because we will burn it off very quickly. We're going to go very aggressive off the line, try and jump a couple of cars at the start if we can. 15th and 16th is a lot further back than I would have liked. But let's see how we do in our opening Grand Prix of the year.
Here in Sakhir, the floodlights are on, and it's nearly time for 57 laps around the Bahrain International Circuit. This could be a big race for that man right there, Lewis Hamilton.
18th is really going to put pressure on the team to have a perfect race. Feels like too much to ask.
Right, let's get to it then.
And Aston behind him. It is an
Bahrain
Aston at the back of the
Grand
grid. And Stroll all the way down in 19th.
It's lights out and away we go.
Let's keep the pressure on it.
Come on. Coming.
Right, so Oscar gets past Valtteri. A few cars on medium tyres, quite a few on softs as well, as you would expect.
Recharge on.
Copy.
Let's try and hold on to that battery a little bit if we can.
We can just focus on charging the pack.
While there's scrapping going on in front, I don't think we're going to gain much in the way of positions. Obviously, it's whether or not we can keep Schumacher in range. I might have to push him a little bit harder. Bottas looking to retake the position. Let's fight that off.
Use energy.
Yeah.
Do not want to lose a place to a tyre, to a medium runner car. McLaren thinks the car is better than 15th and 16th. So do I, but our drivers are still on the lower end of the scale when it comes to overall ratings. Bottas parking in the middle of the track there.
Okay, recharge on.
Okay. Need to focus on getting the pack up.
Copy.
There's Hamilton, he's got himself up to 17th.
Let's look after these tyres.
You can use energy.
Yeah.
Copy.
Just hurting on acceleration. Oscar's lower reaction stat isn't going to do us any
Focus on bringing
favours
the
here
pack
either,
back up.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Copy.
And we are fat with fuel right now as well. That's a lot of extra weight. Got a yellow flag.
DRS is enabled.
Is that in front or behind?
P15. Car ahead is Bottas. Car behind is Schumacher. Energy if you need it.
Copy.
Never actually saw what that yellow flag was for. I'm guessing somebody just ran a little wide. I'm going to have a guess at Stroll because he's dropped off the back of Porsche. Red Bulls are breaking away at the front. That's not a surprise. Perez not saving the sights though, that is a little bit of a surprise. Oh, up the inside. Lovely move, Oscar. Lovely move.
We need to focus on the energy now.
Evening, Victor. Happy New Year to you. We've dropped Schumacher. He's in a fight with Porsche right not Schumacher, sorry, Hamilton, who's been passed by Porsche, actually. And now Porsche is going to get onto the back of us. So Porsche pushing his battery at the moment.
knows everything. Bring the pack up.
Okay, it's recharge on.
Copy.
Okay, mate, let's try and protect the tyre.
Copy.
Let's go recharge on.
Copy.
Might have to be a little patient here. Everyone's getting the train effect. The biggest gap that we had is Zhou to Alonso. Apart from that, I mean, obviously the Red Bulls have just gone into the distance, but everyone else is still really close. There's no real opportunity to try and push and overtake at the moment. Keeping an eye on the gap with Oscar to Gasly. I want to charge at Schumacher, but I've got Porsche right behind him, so I don't want to take that risk. Not yet. I don't know if we got dropped there. Let's see. We might have done.
Energy.
Copy.
Yes, we did. That's why I used the battery, just to be sure that we could stay ahead of Valtteri there. See if we can get past Valtteri. No, we're still high. The tyres are still cooking. Even though we've dropped the pace settings down, the tyre temps are still through the roof.
No energy, bottom of the pack.
Copy.
Schumacher gets through. Holds the position.
Okay, let's go recharge on.
Try and cool these tyres down a bit. Stop them melting at the rate that they are.
It's a slow.
Yep. Okay, recharge on.
And Porsche gets Bottas now. Starting to cool. Schumacher's still right on the gearbox of Oscar, so that's going to keep his tyre temps up. There we go, they're starting to drop a touch now. Still a little high on the tyre wear compared to the rest of the grid. Still can't believe how quickly the Red Bulls broke away from everybody. Thought someone would stay with them. Oh, that's a crash.
I was off there.
I thought that was us.
That might be
Thank God for
debris.
that. It was the two Williams hitting each other. Albon just hitting his teammate there. Breaking the cardinal rule of Formula One, you never hit your teammate. So that takes Williams out of the picture for a bit. They're off the train, and we've got a little bit of a gap now behind, between Magnussen and Alonso. 3 seconds. Joe's got a penalty for that collision between the two drivers. We'll have a look for damage in a moment. Just want to keep an eye on this gap with Piastri.
Okay, recharge on.
Right, there we go, back in range again. As Gasly's moved up past Magnussen now. I think we'll see Gasly's pacing start to pick up a little bit now that the DRS train's been broken. And we can start increasing our tyre pace again now.
Push on the tyres. Yep. Copy.
Right, let's have a quick look at the two Williams drivers. So, do we have damage? Front wing looks intact on Joe's car, but he's obviously got that penalty. Albon's got some wing damage. He's missing the left end plate. I'm sorry, the right end plate.
Use energy. Copy.
And let's look at tyres. Doesn't look like they've suffered any tyre damage. We need to up our pace a touch now to try and close that gap back up.
Recharge on, please recharge on.
Copy.
Another yellow flag. Is that in front or behind? I think that with the Williams have hit each other again. I know, it's just Leclerc running a little wide.
Let's take a look at the replay. Here we are down at turn
Under pressure
7.
from Max.
And that's
Does
where
go
they
wide, but
slightly run off the track.
I think he's
And
going to
they
stay
might
close
want
enough to
take
be
a
able
look at the floor
to
of the car
stay
there,
in the
because that
slipstream
won't
and
do
the
it anyway.
DRS. It's just outside the 1 second right now on paper, but I think he might be okay. No, he is out the DRS. He's not closing the gap to Max, or not substantially. Let's have a look at our confidence levels. Nice, that's good.
Keep your pace up.
Copy.
We are going to look at maybe switching the drivers over. Schumacher's got some battery. Oscar doesn't. He needs to try and improve that. There we go. Nice. Nicely switched.
Focus on bringing the pack back up. Copy. Just take it easy in the fast corners.
Yep. Recharge on, please. Recharge on.
And you can see we've almost burnt off all of that spare fuel already. Doesn't last long at this circuit. Gasoline's a little bit too quick for us at the moment. .135.7, that's a couple of tenths quicker. Seems McLaren's beyond us this season. Well, McLaren were beyond us last year. But they've definitely taken a bit of a step forward, it would seem.
Overtake is available.
Yeah, copy.
We need to do what we can to recharge the battery.
Copy.
Alonso and Perez having a bit of a scrap. Those two are dropping off the back of Ocon. So we're starting to see some gaps opening up in the field now. And that was partly spurred on by the two Williams drivers just, you know, throwing themselves into oblivion.
We need to focus on the energy now.
Yeah.
Pick up the pace a bit.
Yeah.
Right, we've managed to get some battery into Oscar now. Ready for a sprint on the brand new tyres.
Just focus on charging the pack.
Yep.
Just trying to use the battery here to just keep stretching that gap between our two drivers in the
We've got
DRS
a yellow
zones.
flag here.
Oh, it's a crash for Russell. Fighting with Norris. Has repeated the Williams collision.
And not much that the team can do about that one.
And we are through on both cars. So Russell now down in 18th, Norris just ahead. And closing in on Magnussen, who's been dropped by Gasly. And we are currently sitting in the points. Other teams keep doing this, you know, just keep throwing themselves off the track. We might just get points just in a pure war of attrition. Norris is in. He's got a penalty, 5 seconds. Russell is in as well. Replace that broken front wing. no
That's good.
wing damage for Norris, but a 5-second penalty. So he gets out just in front.
Need to focus on getting the pack up.
Copy. Okay, recharge on.
Copy.
Still bringing that gap to Magnussen down. Yeah, the Alpine pace is a bit beyond us at the moment, but we've definitely got the legs on Haas. This is one of those situations where, when you've got a lot of cars in DRS trains like this, it's really hard to figure out exactly what the performance of each car is. Once those gaps start to open up and they start running in clean air without a tow or without using DRS, you start to get more of an indication. Obviously, things are going to change quite a lot in these opening races as development, is carried out on cars, upgrades are brought, and obviously the characteristics of the circuits will play a part in that as well. But so far, it does look as though we are quicker than Haas, Alfa Romeo, and beyond that, questionable.
They'll come to us.
That Stroll into the pits.
Keep the pressure on.
My audio is drowning behind the game. I've not changed the volume settings at all. That's a bit odd. Going to be boxing Oscar on the next lap. Schumacher the lap after that, which is why I've started pushing Schumacher. Try and at least get one of our drivers past Magnussen before the boxes.
Use energy now.
Copy. No more DRS.
Yeah, copy.
Box.
Copy. Box.
Right, Schumacher through. didn't work at all.
We need left and coast.
Yep, copy.
Right, and I absolutely
Bring the pack
have
up.
to pause for a second because Mother Nature was calling.
Recharge on.
Back in a sec. First stream of the season is always a brutal one. Right, we're back. Let's get ready for Oscar's pit stop. Yuki Tsunoda into the pits as well.
Fast pit lane.
Yeah, copy.
Let's go ahead and program in Schumacher's stop. We've got Valtteri boxing right behind us,
Box.
and Giovinazzi,
Box now.
and Albon. Busy pit lane.
Copy for box.
.6. Clean, it's not quick, but it's clean.
Porsche
We'll take it. Going to come out right right in front of a very fast charging Stroll. Not ideal.
We need to focus on the energy now.
Yeah.
He's going to jump us almost immediately here.
Back off now. Copy.
Lovely. Instant hit to the confidence level there.
Use energy. Copy.
Let's try and stay with him. McLaren's sights are in. Here comes Schumacher.
Okay, wait.
And he's got Hamilton and Porsche right behind. This is a crucial lap for Oscar then. Oh, that's a good stop. 2.31. Very pleased with that.
Okay, they've been close pit exits with Leclerc.
Yellow flag.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, Oscar.
It helps when you stay on the track there.
Yes, it does, Oscar. It really does.
Keep
Ah,
these
God damn it.
tyres.
Okay, recharge on.
Let's take a closer look.
6
Now
positions
this was
lost.
at turn 1. It's there for the taking.
All that hard work. It's Oscar at the back of the grid. How far off everyone is he?
Focus on bringing the tyres down.
2 seconds off the back of Albon. Then another 4.5 seconds to Giovinazzi, and then another 4 seconds to the pack in front. Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. They've all stopped as well. It's really not good. It's hurt his tyres as well.
Okay, mate, let's keep looking after these tyres.
Copy. If we just take it easy on the straight.
Recharge on.
Copy.
Well, hopefully Oscar will be able to close up to the cars in front. Got to imagine there's some structural damage to Albon's car if he's still that far behind.
No more energy for now.
Joe yet to stop.
Focus on bringing the pack back up.
Well, of all of the drivers, well, say out of our drivers that I expected to have a wobble in the race, I figured it would be Schumacher before it would be Oscar. And then Oscar did make a mistake or two himself, so through practice and quali, so maybe not that surprising. Just frustrating.
Okay, recharge on, recharge on.
Yeah, copy.
Okay, push, let's go.
Copy.
Alonso boxes from 3rd place. Promotes Kevin Magnussen up into 3rd. fuel deficit a little bit more under control now for Oscar.
Overtake is available. Copy.
Let's try and push past Valtteri here while Alonso's not too far ahead before his tyres warm up. Damn it, Valtteri did get the DRS, but we've got that battery deployment. Can we get alongside? Nope.
Okay, so let's look after these tyres.
Ocon boxing from second. That'll put Max back up there. Slow lap for Oscar. Come on, up the inside, up the inside. Ah, nearly. Ah, we're not getting through. Let's rebuild the battery.
Let's go recharge on, please, recharge on.
Take the heat out of the tyres as well. Stuck behind Ocon at the moment because he's getting his tyres up to temp.
Let's see if we can focus on recharge, please. Copy.
Need to be wary of Hamilton. Magnussen finding boxes. Oh, and there goes Ocon.
Cars off there.
Everyone's just thrown themselves off. In fact, was that a collision
Watch for debris.
with Alonso? It was. Oh, that's happy days. Two more cars doing some serious damage to each other.
What's that, honestly? Oh.
Alonso and Ocon do have history. And we're back in the points. Again, without really doing anything.
Let's pick our pace up, let's go.
Back up.
Penalty for Fernando. We might get passed by Hamilton here. Yeah, we are going to get passed by Hamilton here. So, again, let's just tuck in, harvest.
Let's recharge on.
Oscar is really slow right now, and I don't know why. Why is he so slow? Is it his confidence? His confidence. That's why. That's why he's so goddamn slow. I didn't even think to check his confidence level. So that is pretty much it, I think, for Oscar for this race. I don't think he's going to achieve much. Maybe we can sneak a faster lap from him at the end if we're lucky. So any hope for points in this race resting firmly on Schumacher's shoulders.
Come on.
Try and get back onto the train. We have dropped off a little bit. Zhou still to stop again. Is he trying to one-stop this? I think he might. Paris is going for the one-stop as well. That's an interesting strategy. So rare to see a one-stop attempt at this track.
So recharge on, please.
Yeah, copy.
Recharge on, please. Recharge on.
Copy.
Recharge on.
Copy.
Hamilton making a move on Valtteri and gets through. Just going to keep a watching brief for now. Try and keep putting more battery back into the car
Recharge on.
when we get these nice opportunities handed to us like this. Try and take a little bit of temperature out of those tyres as well.
Where we need to.
Don't want to cook them off. Somebody's going very... Oh, it's Zhou. Zhou's the one that's holding everyone up. Trying to figure out why everyone was going so slow. It's because we're all catching and passing at Williams. Try and punch past Valtteri in a moment. Alright, Oscar's back into the 135s. Still big modifiers on him in a bad way though. Battery.
And energy is available.
Right, Gasly's got through against Zhou.
No more lift and coast required.
Copy.
Let's push, come on.
Hamilton's going to get him here as well.
Copy.
Pull the car.
Copy.
Did not work out for us.
Watch those curbs.
Understood.
Got to get past him quick.
Let's keep that gap down.
Come on, make the move, Mick. Make the move. There we go. Just about kept in touch with Bottas there. The last thing we needed was to get dropped while we were trying to get past Joe.
DRS disabled. DRS
Pull those
disabled.
tyres right off again.
Okay.
Okay, mate, let's try and protect the tyre.
Copy.
Okay, mate, let's keep looking after these tyres.
Copy.
Need to focus on getting the pack up.
Oh, that's a lock-up, I think. I thought I heard a lock-up. It sounded like some screeching, screeching of tyres. I guess not.
Keep your pace up.
Copy.
Let's recharge on.
Copy.
Let's go recharge on.
Copy.
Okay, once again, Valtteri starting to look a little vulnerable.
Copy.
Need to start prepping to get past him.
Recharge on.
Copy.
Tyre wear's looking okay.
Copy.
Oscar's still losing ground to the cars in front. It's taking far too long for that confidence to recover. And in a season when the grid is going to be close and tight like this, big losses of confidence like that, it's going to be fatal to any chance of a decent finish, I think. I think we might see some movement in front of us between Gasly and Stroll soon. Another yellow flag. That's a Ferrari. That's Perez.
Yellow, yellow.
Yep.
So mistakes galore in this race from
Yeah.
everybody. Evening Refill. Happy New Year to you too.
Recharge on.
Copy.
I wonder if those one-stoppers are going to go to soft tyres rather than hard tyres. Perez might not be able to now after that lock-up. Gasly has got past Stroll, as expected.
Let's go recharge on, please.
Copy.
Okay, push. Let's go.
Copy.
Oscar finally closing down Giovinazzi. Confidence still in the toilet though. So that reduction is coming down. Missed the DRS. Another yellow flag. That's a puncture for Joe, is it? No. Albon?
There's a yellow flag
Oh,
now.
spin for Albon. I was going to say, can't be a puncture for Albon. That is a big spin.
A huge hole on the straight, very sweet.
That will hopefully give Oscar a chance to hunt him down.
Overtake is available.
Okay.
Pace just quickened a little bit in front of us. Have to push to get back into the train again. See if we can sneak an overtake while we're still in this push mode. Nice. On the verge of peak confidence again now.
Recharge on.
And have another little push out of turn 2. And that's Joe and Norris into the pits. So, is Joe going for the one stop?
Recharge on, please.
Copy.
Soft tyres. Penalty served. Come on, let me jump Hamilton here.
Okay, well, let's try again.
Just didn't quite have enough. A little bit too far behind. But running well in ninth at the moment.
Okay, we'd like you to slow down, please. Copy. Okay, recharge on.
Yeah.
No more DRS.
Copy.
Perez into the pits. Good stop for the Ferrari there. Very good stop.
Okay, so let's look after these tyres.
Copy.
Recharge on.
Copy.
Let's pick our pace up, let's go.
Copy.
Okay, recharge on.
Copy.
On balance, I'm relatively pleased with how our car has turned out so far. It's not lightning quick by any stretch of the imagination, but we're able to hang with some good runners. We've been a little fortunate to be up in 8th because of, you know, chaos from all the cars in front of us, but you know, we are comfortably sitting here, you know, with these cars. We're not like really struggling. You know, we've been managing tyre wear a little bit in places, managing battery charging in places, but you know, we're here on merit to an extent. There's definitely room for improvement with this car, a lot of room for improvement. Hopefully the next round of upgrades will give us a nice big extra step forward. I'm not sure where I want to put my next set of hours. Don't know whether to double down and just go for another round of chassis and suspension upgrades. Really try and kick those on. The rear wing is pretty good, so I think we might hold off on doing a new rear wing for a while. Could do with maybe an improvement to the front wing, improve our brakes a little bit, improve our downforce, particularly the low speed downforce. We do know that Baku coming up is dominated by low speed corners. There is that to consider.
Copy.
Everyone's now starting to punch their way past Stroll.
Copy.
If I sign Mick, I've gone over this so many times. I want a driver with a head model. If Lawson had one, I wouldn't have got rid of him. And on paper, he's pretty comparable to Lawson. So it wasn't exactly like a big downgrade. If anything, he's actually probably a little bit better for the team because pace-wise he's quite consistent with Oscar. Right, can we kick on, break away from
Push a bit
Stroll?
more. Yep. Go.
We'll be boxing in a couple of laps. That's Sainz in. And Gasly. So this will be medium tyres for these guys. It's a decent stop. Oh, hard, soft tyres for Gasly. A little early for soft tyres, but he obviously thinks he can make it work.
On. Box. Box.
Schumacher boxing on the next lap. Yeah, I suppose I could box in this lap actually, before Valtteri gets in the DRS.
Let's box now.
Copy box.
And recharge on, recharge on.
I think he got it anyway.
Copy pedestrian.
Yeah, he did, damn it.
Okay, understood.
Alright, need a decently quick stop here. As you know, it's Oscar needs a good second stop, isn't it? I think Mix was a 2.3, if I remember rightly. 2.49, it's not too bad. Where are we going to come out? Ahead of Albon.
Oscar pit lane. Copy. Just think about looking after this tyre where we need to.
Oh, god damn it. The fuck, guys, come on. Lost 8 seconds there.
Watch the pit exit line.
Yeah, well, we're definitely going to sacrifice Oscar for the flying lap attempt at the very end. What tyres have I got that I could do that on? Those ones there. So let's add in a new stint. There we go. Oscar's in average growth now as well. You know, it's just because they're showing average growth doesn't mean that their growth is completely rubbish. You know, I would say it's probably somewhere in the region of about 1.3, 1.4. Oscar's is going to be a little bit higher, but not massively higher. Right, 132 is the fastest lap there for Gasly. It's going to be a long time for Oscar's confidence to get up to a point where he can actually go for that. But we'll try anyway. So Alonso, Magnussen, Bottas, Verstappen, Tsunoda all yet to box. There's a few cars in front of us, although most of them are a little bit too far ahead of us. Magnussen we can jump. Alonso we can jump, and Alonso has that penalty as well. Max is in now. Bottas, it'll be touch and go with Valtteri. He might be boxing any second. And he does indeed come in this lap. Can Mick do enough? It's going to be tight. It's going to be very tight on exit here. I think we've got him. We have. In fact, Stroll and Russell have got him as well. Now, keeping them behind, that's going to be tricky. And they're going to bring Bottas and Norris and Zhou along for the ride with them. Although Bottas' slow outlap here, the tyres warm up, will hopefully create a bit of a gap.
Energy is available.
Yuki's in from the lead. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Recharge on.
Copy.
Okay, recharge on, recharge on.
Copy.
So recharge on.
I'm trying to judge staying with Stroll here if I can. I also want to try and squeeze a little battery in the car.
Yeah.
Oscar setting a new personal best lap. That's good. Needs to set some good sectors here. Speed up that recovery. Norris moving past Russell. That McLaren is seriously quick this year. Yeah, and I know I banged on about wanting to see the celebration. You know, considering how hard this series has been,
Overtaking is available.
that first podium is going to be so sweet. And if we don't get to enjoy it, that'll be heartbreaking for me.
Recharge back on, please. Recharge on.
Copy.
We need to do what we can to recharge the battery.
Copy.
We can just focus on charging the pack.
Recharge on, please. Recharge on.
Copy.
Stay with him, Mick. Stay with him.
See if we can push
Might
up.
have just snuck in, not sure. Yes, we did. Excellent.
Let's look after these tyres.
Copy.
This is helping us to build a gap to Norris.
Keep your pace up.
Copy.
Remember, we're still waiting on a potential stop for Alonso. 1:31.7. I don't think we're going to get the fastest lap tonight. Alonso's going to be boxing probably this lap. He's got a penalty as well, so this will keep us in the points. Magnussen yet to box as well. Magnussen is only 6 seconds ahead of us. Also carrying on. Surely he's not. He's got to stop soon. It's just when he's going to stop. Gap to Norris and Russell now 3.5 seconds.
Okay, mate, let's try and protect the tyre.
We are really closing in quickly on Alonso here as well. I'm going to try a cheeky overtake here. I don't think I'm going to be able to pull it off. I think Stroll got the DRS. No, he didn't.
Let's push, come on.
Yeah, copy.
All right, mixing peak confidence.
Recharge on, recharge on.
Alonso staying out.
DRS disabled.
Well, we've got the move done. Excellent. 9th place. And full confidence. Lovely stuff. And there is Magnussen, not too far ahead either.
Do we bringing them down slightly if we can?
Move in DRS range. Can we get Magnussen on this lap as well? Oh, we're all over him. He's swooping past him. Good stuff, Mick. Up into 8th place. And we've left Stroll behind because he got held up for a long time behind Alonso there. He'll catch us up again. I have no doubt about that at all. But I'm just enjoying being in 8th place right now. Excellent lap for Schumacher. There you see, look, we were 2.5 seconds faster than Stroll on that lap. Magnussen is so slow right now. Alonso has
The peak now.
stayed out again. 27, those tyres can't go the distance. He's got the box. Stroll still stuck, and this time behind Magnussen. Oh, this is glorious. We're finally getting a break. Right, Stroll will get through here comfortably. But he's now 5 seconds behind us. Oh, that's superb. Mick cut his way through that traffic. Stroll didn't. And that's given us a very healthy little cushion. There, you can see a visual representation of the gap. And look how far already Magnussen's dropped off the back. Surely he's going to box this lap. His tyres are scuffed as well, probably 7%. Here he comes into the pits, and Alonso finally boxing as well. They lost so much time there. They should have boxed sooner. I'm not complaining, I'm glad they didn't. It's helped us out immensely. Soft tyres and a slow stop. Soft tyres and an okay stop for Alonso.
Come on, push.
Bottas on a flyer right now. Pushing hard to close that gap back up. Of course, he's going to bring Stroll along for the ride. The tyres are still in pretty good shape as well. Can't get over just how slowly this confidence level is coming back up. It just seems way too slow for usual. I wonder if it's just been, if that's one of the things of hard mode, is that it just takes a lot longer for confidence to rebound now. As he does finally get into medium confidence. Stroll and Bottas swapping places. They were quicker than us on the last lap. Just playing a nice patient game with Schumacher's pace here. Want to make sure his tyres are quick but still have some life at the end so that we can defend. The longer Stroll and Bottas scrap with each other, the better, because it will hurt their chances of, or their speed at closing us down, and they will damage each other's tyres as well. Oh, yellow flag. That's an Albon. No, it's a show mistake.
Single yellow.
I knew it was a Williams.
Let's have a look at the action. It's all at the final corner. And the car fails
That's
to
a big
respond.
lock-up.
By that point, it was just too late.
Am I willing to risk Piastri crashing for the fastest lap? Yes, because, otherwise his race has been a complete waste of time. If he can steal the fastest lap, then, that's something. Trying to just pump his confidence level up a little bit more. There we go, new personal best in the first. Now under 3 seconds to Bottas and Stroll. And again, going side by side with each other, hurting themselves through the corners.
Bring the pack up. Yeah.
Almost cleared those modifiers now. I have to say, Mick has been doing an excellent job so far. Still in peak confidence, although that's fading a little bit. Fuel is now sorted. We don't have the pace to go after the Mercedes, which have recovered quite well actually from a not great qualifying session. Hamilton up to 5th. That's a very good recovery from him. It's looking like a Red Bull 1-2. Max in the ascendancy with better tyres as well. Yuki looks like he's going to hang on for a podium though. He's got that 11-second gap to Perez. I'm surprised actually the Ferraris have not been more competitive here tonight. They looked quick in quali. Obviously we know that Russell had that little whoopsie. But even so, Sainz's pace isn't that much better than ours at the moment as well. Maybe we've got a chance of catching Sainz if his pace continues to drop. Really closed up quickly on us here. Can we defend? Nope, that's okay. I'm going to tuck in behind.
Still all to play for. Avoid overtake, avoid overtake.
Copy.
That battery fully charged.
Recharge on.
Copy.
As long as we can hold Stroll back, I'll be okay with that.
Let's go recharge on, please, recharge on.
Okay.
And we can maybe even save the tyre wear a little bit.
Okay, mate, let's keep looking after these tyres.
Copy.
Stroll's going to have a lunge up the inside here. No, he backed out. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Use energy.
Copy.
No saving required.
Copy. Let's go recharge on, please.
Copy.
might even be able to sneakily try for a fastest lap with Schumacher when I go past Bottas again. Let's see, fastest lap for Magnussen, a 1:31.2. That's probably a bit beyond what I can manage on medium tyres, especially warm medium tyres.
See if we can focus on recharge, please.
Copy.
Get a little bit of spare fuel in Schumacher's car from when we do try and make that break. Nice little bit of battery saved up. A little bit more would be nice. But, keeping a watching eye on Stroll.
No lift and coast required.
Copy.
Okay, recharge on, recharge on.
Copy.
6 laps remaining.
Starting to get a positive modifier showing.
Do what you can to keep the tyres cool. Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get personal best sector, so I'm going to go back into charge mode.
We need to focus on the energy now. Copy.
Stripping extra weight out of the car because he's going to get lapped by making that extra stop, so we may as well make sure that the car is as light as it can possibly be. 1.8 kilos of fuel for a lap. So I can go to, safely go to about minus 1.5 without the risk of running out of fuel.
Recharge on, please. Recharge on.
Copy.
Everybody push, push.
Understood.
Bottas is slowly bringing us onto the back of Sainz. Probably too slowly.
Let's focus on those temps. Okay, recharge on, recharge on.
Copy.
Alright, going to break away on this lap. Right, we're going to try and break away on this lap.
Box, box. Copy, box. Slow now. Copy.
Gap to Sainz now under 4 seconds, just. Got enough battery to push for all of this lap as well. That should be enough to break away from Valtteri, and it will close the gap to Carlos as well. We do have a little bit of extra tyre life compared to him, but better driver, arguably a better car. quite so clear cut this season. New fastest lap from Joe, a 1:31.0. I really don't know if I'm going to get anywhere close to that with Oscar. Right, can we get a good stop here? Needs to be 2.3, ideally.
Oscar put that. Copy.
Oh, 2.2, that's glorious. That's got to be quickest lap, surely.
To clear on exit.
Pit crew pulling it out. Yes, there we go, fastest stop. We're almost on sights. That's it for the battery.
Recharge on. 3 laps remaining. Copy. You've got energy. Copy.
Okay, so let's look after these tyres. Bit of lift and coast where you can.
Yellow flag. Gasly running wide. Doesn't help us.
Now we should be able to take a look here.
Does
Right, let's
help
follow
Hamilton
the
though.
action now at turn 7. And nearly, just running wide. That won't do the floor of the car any good at all.
Hell of a recovery from Hamilton now, considering he started, what, last? No, 18th. He's now in 5th.
Start to take a gap. Copy. Use energy. Copy. Let's push on up.
Okay, mate, good job. No more lift and coast required.
So 2 flying laps for Oscar. He's not going to get the benefit of a slipstream anywhere or some DRS, so he's going to have to do this in raw pace.
Two laps remaining.
Purple first sector. That's a good start. No, that's not a good... God damn it, Oscar.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, Jesus.
It helps when you stay on the track there.
He's not had a good race, has he?
Stay cool, man. You're doing a good job.
Got one more lap to try, though. Battery just sneaking back towards us again. Let's just splurge whatever we've got left in the battery. See if we can at least stay comfortably clear enough for the final lap. And if we can get close enough to sights, bonus.
No more DRS.
Right. Let's be sensible about this, Oscar. Fast, but not so fast that you can't keep the car on the track.
Last
please.
lap. Last lap.
Well, that's an improvement. Made it through that corner without the lockup. Schumacher is not going to catch Sainz. So I'm just going to take a little bit of the element of risk out.
Okay, we'd like you to slow down, please.
Purple in the middle. It would have been a very quick first sector, just not quite purple.
Careful on the energy. Copy.
Max Verstappen over the finish line.
All right, come on,
and
Oscar.
today's winner.
Final sector needs to be amazingly strong. No, he didn't get it.
Nothing you can
He
do.
did a 1:31.3 and he's out of fuel.
P1. Wait 5 seconds. P0.
But Schumacher is going to bring home points in his first race with the team, in our first race of 2025.
That's the checker flag. So,
And that is 4 points.
Happy with that? Yeah, that was great. Thank you.
yeah, you did very well there.
Strong start. At least for me, not so much for Oscar. Definitely a bad race for him. I mean, that lockup that lost him 6 places and absolutely destroyed his confidence determined his entire race.
Mick Schumacher's drive.
He was never going to
Definitely
recover
worthy
from
of praise
that loss.
today.
I tell you what, they had to work hard for those points today. What a phenomenal achievement that is.
It's hugs all round for the team. In fact, they all deserve a pat on the back as well for everything that they've achieved. And no doubt, Verstappen fans
Nice to
will be
see
celebrating
Schumacher's
the
face there
Dutchman's
in
achievement.
those celebrations as well. I can't believe Yuki
That
hung
gives
on for the
them their
podium. That
first win of the
McLaren
season,
is quick
and it
this
was
year.
really well deserved.
They really have kicked on, haven't they?
And we've certainly kicked things off in style here at the Bahrain Grand Prix. And down there in the Alpha Tauri garage, Karun, what would they be making of that race, do you think?
I tell you what, the two results couldn't be more polar opposite today. One driver right up there, but then it was such a disappointment on the other side of the garage. Mixed feelings at the end of this one, no doubt.
And that is about that for this weekend's action here in Bahrain.
In the next round, we head to the shores of the Red Sea as Formula One returns to Jeddah for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
There we go then, confirmation of the final result of the first race of the season. Max, unsurprisingly, gets the win from Charles Leclerc. Pretty close gap between the two. Yuki up 3 places to finish in 3rd. What a recovery drive from Hamilton, starting 18th, finishing in 4th place. Amazing drive from him. Still got a little bit of magic in him, it would seem. Perez gains 2 places to finish 5th. Not bad on his debut outing for Ferrari. Gasly up 6 places. Sainz down 3 in his debut for Mercedes. Schumacher up 8 places. What a great drive from him. So pleased that his first race went well. Bottas gaining 5 places. So Alfa Romeo off the mark already in the opening race of the season. And Stroll getting a point there. That is the first and only point for Aston Martin, thanks to a terrible race for Alonso. So, big surprise to see Aston so far down the order like that. Norris dropping 8 places. He could have been on for a podium tonight. Porsche, strong debut for him, finishing in 12th, up 5 places. Russell down 8. Albon down 3. Magnussen down a couple. Alonso down 8 places. Not a good race for him. Giovinazzi, a decent outing on his debut. Zhou also down 8 places, and Oscar down 4, down a lap, and couldn't quite get the fastest lap. Bit of a shame. If he hadn't locked up on that first attempt, I think he might have done it, possibly. He had higher confidence stats. So there is the drivers' standings, pretty much as you would expect, the same as the top 10 from the first race. Mick in 8th place in the standings. Very nice. Constructors' Championship, 43 points for Red Bull. Ominously strong start for them. Mercedes in 2nd on 18 points ahead of McLaren on 15. Ferrari on 10. Alpine on 8. Alpha Tauri in 6th on 4 points ahead of Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin. I don't know how many more points Alfa Romeo are going to get this season. I know Aston Martin are going to score a boatload more points than that, so yeah, they're definitely going to overtake us. But no points for Williams, no points for Haas. Let's see if we can keep them behind us for as long as possible. We had the fastest 2 pit stops as well, 1st and 2nd. Red Bull get 3rd and 9th. Ferrari get 1 in the top 10. McLaren get 14 points there. We're going to have a nice healthy lead at the top of the standings here. There you can see 43 points for us, 17 for Red Bull, 14 for McLaren, 12 for Ferrari, 10 for Alpine, 5 for Mercedes. So we want that title back for the fastest pit stop competition. That's a strong way to do it, getting a 1-2 in the opening Grand Prix. Let's take a look at our driver performances. Mick. Oh no, this is the pit stops, isn't it? Here we go, driver performances. Mick had 10 successful overtakes, 10 failed, 6 successful defences, 5 failed. Pretty strong afternoon for Mick. Yeah, what can you say about Oscar? Was never really going to achieve anything with his confidence so low for so long. A little disappointing to see those numbers, but you know, exactly what I expected to see, really. In terms of sponsors, well, we lose money. We failed to get any of the streaks in the incentives done, or the targets in the incentives. We also failed to get the fastest lap. We didn't get both cars into Q2, and we didn't get any cars into Q3 either. So, yeah, we lost only 100 grand. It could have been worse. So we come out with 2.6 million. And we now have 6.2 in the bank. That's enough to get another part started. Let's have a quick check. Everything should be fine. It is. 11% wear on our engines. 14% wear on the gearboxes. 10% on the ERSs. Always a heavy wear rate at the first race because you push hard through the race, and you know we do all that extended running through practice to get the car dialed in as quick as we can in terms of car part knowledge. That will start to reduce a little bit as we go through the season, and hopefully as well as our cooling improves. Clement Novalak gets the opening win of the F2 race ahead of Victor Martin and Donna Tanner. Willie Nagel gets the F3 win ahead of Leonardo Fornaroli and Zach O'Sullivan in the F3 race. Let's immediately get a new part into production. So we haven't got any hours yet. I want to wait 7 days to get some hours on the next part, but hopefully this new chassis should get a nice little jump forward now that we've done an intense one. That'll help with the acceleration again, and a little bit of extra medium and high speed downforce. That's not as big a jump as I was expecting to see. Don't really want to go with another intense chassis. What about suspension? That will definitely give us a nice boost to low speed cornering. That's probably the more important one to go for, given Baku's coming. Medium speed will get a nice little boost as well. Acceleration will improve. I could dial in some more airflow at the front to reduce the brake cool gain and really bump up our downforce generation there. I think we'll do that. So Baku is 53 days away. Takes 8 days for a suspension to be manufactured, so we need 16 days. We've got 13 so far. That's 16. Be nice to have a spare. If I go 34 and rush the manufacturing of those, just so I've got a spare, that would work. It's 19 days. That'll be 3. I could possibly get a 4th on the day as well. Alright, we'll do that. I've got 4.9 mil. I do want to get an intense part done, but I also want to wait until we've got hours, I think. I know we're going to get a new board payment through before the new ATR period starts. So let's see, maybe an intense front wing. We can just about afford that. It's going to improve our dirty air tolerance. That's definitely something I would like to improve if possible. I'd like to improve our brakes a little bit more as well. We go with that. Let's take a little bit of life out of the front wing, but not too much. Again, that's going to give us a little bit more of an edge in the low speed, help our acceleration slightly. Let's maybe try and just tweak the airflow at the front. Yeah, that's better. And we'll go, let's see, it's 53 days away. We can go just 1. That's 8 days. That's only going to be 2 front wings, so we need to go 2 engineers. There we go. Intense. That'll be 12 days. That's enough for 4 wings. And we now have 188,000 in the bank. Let's take a quick look at car analysis. We'll do it now while I remember. Let's see how the other teams actually look on the grid. So we'll start with the teams that we beat. We beat Alfa Romeo. We do have about half a kilometre over Alfa Romeo. Acceleration's the same. We've got a much better DRS than them. We have an advantage in the low, medium and high speed. A little bit of a deficit in the dirty air. Brake cooling's a little bit better. Engine cooling for them is better. We've got a lot less weight in the car. That's where Alfa sits right now. Very good airflow for them. And you can see the difference there. We're 17th. They're only 3% better in dirty air tolerance than us, and yet they are 12 places high in the rankings. So small margins determine position jumps at the moment. Who else did we beat? Haas. Let's take a look at Haas. So again, quicker car. Acceleration just edged to them, apparently. Again, better DRS, better in the downforce. They've got a fraction better dirty air tolerance than us. Their cooling's better than ours, but that's not so important. That's interesting to see. Williams have got a bit of a speed and acceleration edge on us and a DRS advantage on us. We do have better downforce. And again, negligible difference in the dirty air. And cooling is a little bit better, especially on their engine side. Let's see. Who else were we close to? We weren't too far away from Mercedes. Let's take a look at Aston first. We are only a little bit slower than them in a straight line, a little bit quicker in the acceleration, marginally better in the DRS. Pretty close in the downforce category. They've got a 5% boost in dirty air over us. Cooling again, close on brakes, not so much on engine. Let's go to Mercedes next. Yeah, half a kilometre an hour faster than us, although we have got a marginal acceleration. They've got a bit more on DRS than us. They're ahead of us in all of the downforce, quite a bit in the high speed actually. Negligible difference in the dirty air. Big improvement in brake cooling. Let's take a look at McLaren. We know that they've got a very quick car. Yeah, good downforce in the low speeds. Not bad in the medium. A little bit lower than us in the high speed. But very good acceleration. 1.887. That's very good. Third overall. So a pretty competitive car for McLaren there. Let's take a quick look at Ferrari. They've got the quickest car. A little bit better than us in the acceleration. Slightly better DRS than us. Low speed, they've got a bit of an edge. Very close in the medium. Slight edge to us in the high speed. Dirty air tolerance, negligible difference. Again, very good cooling on the brakes. And the all-conquering Red Bull. Second fastest car on the grid. But the car with the best acceleration, just edging out McLaren there. Pretty good DRS, 85%. Bit of an edge in the low and medium speed. That's not an insignificant amount on the medium speed there. We have got a slight edge in the high speed. Dirty air tolerance, again, negligible. They're third, we're 17th. We're talking less than 4%. So the airflow has really been hit hard across the grid. And as predicted, the impact on us was significantly less than the top teams because, 25% loss of a high value is certainly more than a 25% loss of a low value. So that's why I wasn't overly concerned about that. The cooling is a bit of an issue for us still. They've got a big edge in both. Second best brakes, best engine cooling. But I think we're in pretty good shape at this stage. It's just a question of how well we can keep that going. We do have to be mindful of the fact we've got 5 million less to play about with this season in the cost cap. Now, if we can avoid engine penalties, which we had to, shell out a fair amount last year for Oscar, then we potentially have a little bit more money to play about with. But at the very least, we've got less to worry about, if we don't have to buy engines. If we do, that cost cap reduction of 5 million is going to hurt us quite badly. We shall see how we go. Jeddah is tomorrow. This circuit could favour us. There's a lot of high-speed corners at Jeddah. Our car isn't too shabby in a straight line either. We could have a decent round at Jeddah. I'm cautiously optimistic. Hopefully we'll qualify a little bit better than we did tonight. But yeah, not bad. We've got 11 days to go until that Grand Prix, and we will advance time when we come back tomorrow. So that's it from me. I hope you've enjoyed the opening race of 2025. It's Season 3 of Hardcore Mode. If you have, please consider dropping a like and sharing the video. And I will be back with some more F1 Manager at the usual time of 8 PM tomorrow. That's it from me. See you later.